Hello. How's it going? Hey, Tony. Hey, Punchers. Hey, Freddie. Hey, Suratura. Hi, 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 hi. How's it going? I hope you had a great July. Um, if you didn't notice, I was away I didn't stream or post on YouTube for the month of July. I decided to take that off and I'm back, baby. So nice to see all of you and be back. How y'all doing? Um, did any of you go to Gen Con? What did you play any fun games in July? What was your favorite game that you played in July? I would love to know. What was my favorite game I played in July? I did go to my friend's house for a game day, and what did we play? We played Oh, all the names are I'm blanking on all of them. We did play Castles of Burgundy, of course, because we're obsessed. Oh, Broom Service. Broom Service, have you heard of that one? Where it's like a pick up and deliver game for witches, um, but with an interesting sort of mechanic where you have to decide if you're going to uh play a card or not, or like go alone or not on a card if you think you're the only one who chose that card and all of you have the same cards to choose from. So that was kind of interesting. And we played another one. I'm totally blanking on it. It had a center guy that was completely pointless. It was like a cardboard thing in the middle. It's like Guardians of something or something like that. And then around it there were different elements and then cards along the different elements, and you would take the card and you're laying down like 9 cards in front of you. By the end of the game you'll have like 9 cards in front of you, and they kind of play off each other. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? I'll look it up later. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I want to hear about any cool games that you have played in the past month. So what have I been up to? Well, there was the Bad Comet Cozy Games contest. You picked up Undergrove recently. Really like it. Cool. I don't know much about that. What's like the elevator pitch for that one? I can see the cover of the box. I can see it. So what have I been up to? So yes, there was the Bad Comet Cozy Games contest, and that was really great because the deadline for that was July 31st. And so like I was up till 2 or 3 in the morning finishing my my submission for that before the deadline. And then I was like off for July. So that was kind of a nice end to like before my break. And so I submitted a game called Kiln to Table. It's a re-theme of my game Snack Run. And I thought maybe it had a chance to be a finalist, but sadly it did not. But Mabon, my friend, another designer here in Vancouver, and also one of my YouTube members, is a finalist, which is so cool. His game Mystic Atelier is a finalist, and so I'm super, super excited for Mabon. So now we'll see what happens. So they only had 3 finalists. They said they would have 3 to 5, but they only chose 3. The other 2 looked very cool, but I'm definitely cheering for Mabon. And I have played that game. It is super cool. Mabon comes up with so many cool games. So really, I'm crossing my fingers for him. So that was so fun to see his name listed in the finalists. But the whole month of July, I was like, ooh, I wonder what's going to happen. Crossing my fingers. But either way, it was really nice to have that deadline to update all of the rules, playtest as much as possible, polish things. So I'm happy with the progress that I made on the game. And then yesterday, I think I thought of a possible slight retheme for it. That just makes a bit more sense because currently the way that I have it, people who do because currently it's pottery themed. People who do pottery, they're like, this isn't exactly how it works, but it's fine. And that's just been kind of bothering me. So I think I thought of a different thing that's like pottery adjacent. It's about making, you know how you can make like little clay things in your oven just at home? I guess that's using polymer clay, not ceramics like with pottery. But I guess ceramics is also clay. I don't really know. But um the timing of things makes a bit more sense because I have a timing mechanic in that game. It makes a bit more sense for doing polymer clay at home in the oven. So, oh, whoops, I forgot to start Twitch. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Twitch, I'm so sorry. I'm rusty. I'm like, why isn't anyone chatting on Twitch? Oh my gosh. My bad. Twitch, hello? Oh my gosh, Twitch, I'm so sorry. I'm just going to apologize. Sorry. Okay. Um, Hey, GM Riley. Thanks for joining your first stream. Yay. Well, it's my first stream in over a month, so I'm glad you're here. Okay, so in Undergrove, you play as a Douglas fir tree and you connect with mushroom tiles for resources. Okay, I thought there were mushrooms. I could see mushrooms on the cover. There was like a weird influx of mushroom games all together for a little while there. That was weird. But you're playing as a tree and you connect with mushroom tiles. Cool. Very cool. Okay, so yeah, so that was the Bad Comet Cozy Games contest. Yeah, so I think I might do a small re-theme of that just to make the theme make a bit more sense. And then there's another small thing I wanted to add to it, but I'm actually stoked with how that one is coming together. And now that I know I'm not a finalist for that, I can just continue working on it on my own, and we'll see what happens with that. I also dusted off the Empress prototype yesterday and playtested with a couple other designers yesterday. That's the first time I playtested that game in over 3 months. I'm sure you can relate to this. Like, I was working on the game so much and for so long, and I was just trying to make things work. And then I had a really good playtest at the start of May where it felt like things were clicking. And then I was just like, okay, I can finally breathe and take a bit of a break. And then whoops, 3 months went by. I was like, oh, when you feel like you can kind of like take your foot off the gas a little bit, and then all of a sudden a lot of time goes by. So I dusted that off yesterday, play tested it, and it went well. I think I'm just losing steam on that game because I started working on that almost exactly a year ago. And yeah, I'm just maybe possibly a little over it. I don't know. I'm gonna make some changes, play it again. I think I'll try and definitely play solo because I really want it to be a solid solo game, and maybe I'll get excited about it again after I play solo. I'm not sure. A couple other cool things one other cool thing that I did in July is that I ran another game jam at my local library. Well, one of my local libraries. And this one, I did a similar thing like this for adults in April. But this one was for kids, grades 4 to 7. And so that was super, super fun. I had a great time. So I talked to them about being a board game designer and about board game design principles. And then we actually brainstormed making a game together. We had a mystery bag of components, and then we made a game together, and that was so awesome. I wasn't sure how that was going to go, but they all did so good, and it was just super cool to see them start to get it and like brainstorm ideas, and they bounce ideas off each other, and there was like 14 of them, but we made a game and were able to do one round, like one turn, which was really cool. And then they each got their own mystery bag and they each came up with their own game. And they all did amazing. They all jumped right in. It was so interesting because when I did the same thing with adults in April, a lot of them were just completely blocked and they were stuck and they didn't know where to start and they didn't know what to do because it, they didn't want to mess up, and then it had to be like perfect, and but these kids just jumped right in. It was so awesome. So hopefully I'll get to do more stuff with the library. I've been really enjoying that. And that was definitely like a highlight of July for me. It was a lot of work getting all the materials prepared and my presentation prepared and stuff, but it was super, super fun. Yeah, so I might possibly, they asked me about maybe doing something over the Christmas holidays too, which would be cool. So GM Riley says, I have this board game I've been working on that I'm unrealistically optimistic about. Yeah. So having been listening to all of your content about the whole process has been very helpful. Thank you. Oh, no problem. I'm so glad that's been helpful for you. And honestly, I think you kind of need to be like delusionally optimistic about things in this industry. You know, not to a point where you're inflating how the game is actually good. Like, as long as you're not just like, you think it's like the best game ever made, and not putting it too much on a pedestal. But it is good to be optimistic, but also keep your feet on the ground. Whereas it like hope for the best, expect the worst. That's what I tried to do. But honestly, like that's awesome that you're excited about your game. Like that's great. That's the whole point of all of this, right? Is for us to find joy in making games and then have other people hopefully feel joy when they play the games that we make. So that's very cool. That's very, very cool. And I'm glad that my videos have been helpful for you. If you have a specific question, feel free to throw it out right now if you like. So basically, yeah, so we're going to be chatting here for a little while. I have a few more things I want to share with you. And then we're going to start working. And we're going to work for an hour. And then we're going to take a break. And then we'll work for another hour. That's our format. But yeah, we're going to chit chat a little bit longer here, I think. Feeling a little chatty. Hey, Ian, nice to see you. Sprudel, how's it going? Yeah, nice to be back. Honestly, like, it's always tough to come back to work after a vacation, even though, like, I really do enjoy what I do. But I was especially looking forward to seeing all you again. It's like when you come back from vacation, you're excited to see your coworkers, maybe more so than, getting back to work and doing the work. But I'm really excited to connect with all of you again and hear what you've been up to. I want to hear about the games that you've been working on and the games that you've been playing and what you want to get done today, all that cool stuff, what you're looking forward to, any of that cool stuff. I want to hear about what you've been up to. You can see all the stuff I'm hoping to do today. I've kept a little bit of an eye on my work email, which is good because apparently my website got hacked. Someone was able to add themselves as an owner to my website. And thankfully I saw that email. Just like I saw the notification of that just like a day after they did that. And thankfully they didn't redirect my website to anything. They didn't change anything from what I could see. And I was able to remove them. I changed my password for my WordPress site and I changed my password for my hosting site. And hopefully and I added 2-factor authentication for my hosting site. So hopefully that solves that. It was so random and so weird and like scary. And then I know other people have had their YouTube channels hacked, and I'm just so paranoid about that happening. Like Jamie Stegmeyer of Stonemaier Games has had his YouTube channel hacked twice. There was another, I think Game Boy Geek had his YouTube channel hacked. And then another one as well, I can't remember his name, just by this random like these crypto people that just like take over a YouTube channel and then put up streams of people talking about crypto. Super weird. Oh, sorry, all of a sudden I'm super behind on the chat. Sorry. Okay. Are you excited to get back into design, or is there any level of as you come back to projects that may have stumped you? Yeah, Andrew, I'm feeling a little overwhelmed. Like, it's not necessarily like my board game designs that well, maybe the Empress I'm feeling a little about, but I'm not like super stumped on the design. I'm feeling pretty good about the design, but I'm just kind of feeling a bit of fatigue on that one. And I was hoping like if I took a break I would feel like excited about it. I'm feeling fairly excited about it. I had a playtest yesterday and it did go well. I think I'm just like a bit hard on myself. I want people to be like fawning over the game, but you know, a lot of people just aren't like that. But like one of the things one of the playtesters said was there's definitely something interesting here. That's something. That's something. Yeah. So that one, yeah, because I did take a bit of a break also from designing. I did work on my print to play game where I learned just like randomly realized that it is part of a genre called RPG solo journaling. I didn't realize that's what I was doing, but it definitely seems like that's what I'm doing. I'm making a print and play where every time you go for a walk or a run outside, you come back and you like you fill in a map to show how far you walked or you ran, and then you have an encounter. And so it's basically like you're on your way to the castle. Why are you going to the castle? Okay, at your first stop, you hear something rustling in the bushes. What is it? And you have to like come up with like your own story as you're going along this path. But the idea is it's trying to bring together like fitness and a board game. But I guess it's like more of like it's like an RPG. And apparently it's like, yeah, there's a genre called solo journaling. And now I'm like super interested in this because that's what I'm doing, but I didn't know that was a thing. And apparently there's a bunch of cool books. I don't know if any of you have heard about this, but it seems very interesting. I've been really enjoying that. I don't have it near me right now. Maybe I'll quickly show you. It's just over here. Also, just heads up, there's a garbage truck right outside my window. As per usual. Yeah, so this is what it's looking like. So I technically have reached the castle. I've reached the end of my adventure. So this is like the map. Every time you run for, you decide the length. I've been doing 5 kilometer increments because I'm running a 5 kilometer race at the end of August. Every time I would run 5 kilometers, I would color in that section. And then each time at the campfire, I have an encounter, and that's like the symbol. So I find that symbol and it'll be like, this is happening. There's another person at your campsite. Who are they? And what's their quest and whatever. I've been really enjoying it. I know I've showed this to you guys before, but like this is like the character that I created for it. So now that I reached the castle, I filled in that badge, and the idea would be that there would be a bunch of these maps potentially if people enjoy this. I don't know. I've been enjoying it. So I'm, at the end of the day, I'm kind of making things that I enjoy. And so I think I will continue to make maps. So then these are like the encounters, whatever. Yeah. So I have been working on that, and I have been enjoying that. And so I think I will make like an updated map with more encounters before I get to the castle. It did feel a bit quick. So I think I'm going to double the number of stops along the way. And then I'll throw that up on Itch is the plan. So that one has been fun to work on. Oh, and then just randomly a couple days ago, I made a print and play about stocking or like filling in books on a shelf. I don't know if you can really see that. But the idea is you would be coloring these in, and like each row will have a different color. And so by the end, it would be hopefully very satisfying that each row would be a different color of books. That one didn't work super well though, but I have some other possible ideas to make that work. But yeah, I'm mainly feeling about, responding to emails and like the administrative stuff. I haven't been thinking too much about like my to-do list in general. Yeah, we'll see. Sprudo wants to share two things. I got two calls in July from two publishers for two different games. They want to check now whether the game is financially publishable. How good are the chances in general? That's awesome, Sprudel. Yay. I mean, it's so hard to say. I don't know who the publishers are or anything about the game, but if they are interested and they're seriously looking into making it, so if they're looking to see whether or not it's financially publishable, so are there like really complicated custom components or something, or like what's the stumbling block, or are they like a newer publisher and they're not sure about numbers and stuff? If they're a newer publisher and they're still figuring things out, then the chances would be lower. But if they're a more established publisher and they've done this before, then the chances would be higher, I would say, in general. Either way, that's very exciting. Very, very exciting. Congratulations. Yay! And GM Riley says, what's your take on using something like Mojo Pitch versus going through a publisher's website or direct contact? Any measurable differences in outcomes you know of? The thing about Mojo Pitch, so if you don't know about Mojo Pitch, it is a pitching, I think it's a speed pitching opportunity connected to the UK Games Expo, I believe. And so they have an in-person pitch session in London or near London in the UK. And then they also have an online session for it as well. So you can pitch online anywhere in the world, which is really, really great that they do that. So you don't have to pay for a flight and hotel and whatever to the UK to do that in person. One of the best upsides for something like that, not specifically to Mojo, but just for any speed pitch in general, is that you get that face-to-face interaction. And so you're meeting someone, they're getting to know you a bit more. They're getting to, they're putting a face to a name. They're seeing what it might be like how good of a communicator you are, how professional you are. And so even if it might not work out for that game, they might still want to keep in touch for any future games you might have. They might want to then add you to their distribution list where they send out their wish lists for different kinds of games they're looking for to designers. So it is nice. Speed pitching in general is better than sending an email or submitting a game through a pitch form, just because you do get that face-to-face interaction. So if you ever have the opportunity, I would definitely take it. But something like Mojo is quite expensive. Most speed pitching opportunities are free. They're run by like Unpub or different groups like that where there's no cost. And there really shouldn't be a cost to designers, in my opinion. If there is going to be a cost, I think it should be for the publishers, not for the designers. And so I don't love that about Mojo, and it's not cheap either. There is a cost and it's not cheap. So that's my opinion about Mojo, but also it depends on also the kinds of publishers that you want to pitch to. Mojo attracts more mass market publishers like Hasbro, Mattel, and things like that. So it depends on the type of game that you're pitching as well. I think they do have a variety of publishers, but I think majority are mass market. So you just have to decide if that's worth the cost to you, but there are free speed pitching opportunities available as well. So anytime you're able to pitch in person or face to face, that is always better than sending in a submission form or an email. But if that opportunity isn't there, then of course submitting your game through a submission form is a perfectly valid and viable way to send your game into a publisher, and many games have been picked up through that avenue. So it's great that we have more and different ways to pitch to publishers, which is really nice. I remember like not that long ago, not too many publishers had submission forms on their page or even an email. So more and more publishers are having submission forms and being very specific about what they're looking for. And I think that's fantastic. So Tony is still working on his car sales game. Awesome. And I've changed the way the word track tokens work and changed the name of the office zone to the showroom. Nice, very thematic. I love that. I love how you can bring your the knowledge you might have about a specific niche or theme to the game. That's very cool. Ian says, I have a week left of summer break before I go back. Teachers go back next week. Been holding open gyms for volleyball a couple days a week since the beginning of July. Nice. Well, that's fun. I hope you enjoy your last week of summer. It's very interesting how in the U.S., kids go back to school so early, like mid-August. In Canada, like in general, we usually went back to school after Labor Day weekend, like the beginning of September. And also for universities start after Labor Day, so like September 4th or whatever, or 5th. But even for elementary schools and younger kids, we would always go back to school like late August or usually beginning of September. But I think you might get off earlier, right? Like in June, mid-June or early June. I'm not sure, but I hope you enjoy the rest. What are you going to do for your last week? Are you going to chill as much as possible? Are you going to play as many games as possible? Hopefully it's nice weather for you while you enjoy your last week. Suratura has been testing a prototype for their lion-themed game. Cool. I have another session planned for tomorrow evening. Excellent. That's so exciting. I'm so glad it's going well. A lion-themed game. I love that. Just off the top of my head, there's a game called Roar, which is a lion-themed game. Co-designed by Erica Hayes-Buyuris, a great designer out of Toronto. That's the only like lion-specific themed game I can think of. I don't know if you've heard of that one, but I love that. Super cool. And Ian is putting some new cube shelves together and getting some cleaning done today. Excellent. Oh, those kinds of tasks are always so satisfying. Yeah, being hacked is the worst. Gives me anxiety. Yeah, for real. It is just, and it like, I just randomly checked my email. I don't know why. On Saturday night. Like I was chilling, watching a movie, having a great time. And I just randomly, why did I do that? I was like, oh, cool, I've been hacked. Now I'm dealing with this on my Saturday night. And, of course, my hosting company is not like open on Saturday night, but they actually did respond very quickly after I emailed them about it. They basically said they couldn't do anything, but at least they responded, which was great. But I'm really glad I figured out how to remove. They basically added this thing to the PHP file of my website. I don't know how they were able to do that. It's like if they were able to do that, I'm sure they could have done a bunch more stuff. But I was able to figure out how to remove that, thankfully. It took me a while, but I figured it out. But yeah, that was my Saturday night. But yeah, it stresses me out. Just see, like, when I saw that email, I was like, this person is now an owner of PamWallsGameDesign.ca. I was like, what? I was like, oh my God. And I went to my website thinking like they had added a bunch of weird stuff or they had redirected it to something weird. Yeah, stressful. But I don't know what their plan was. They just wanted to become an owner and then not do anything as far as I could see. I don't know if they did something and I can't see it. I don't know. Yeah, Andrew can relate. I kind of know what I need to focus on for the bird game, but have exhausted myself and a pool of testers. Definitely have a bit of fatigue trying to get off the plateau. Yeah. Yeah. I feel it. That game looks very cool though. I saw it in the bad comment list of games as well. Like it's looking very, very cool. And I think you brought it to Unpub as well and it got a good reception there too, right? And it's just so hard to like stay excited about a game. You kind of get beat down after every playtest. Like even if it goes well, there's still like a ton of critiques and things you want to change, and it could just get a bit tiring after a while. You just want to be done with it and you want people to be excited about it and you want to be excited about it. So it might be good to take a bit of a break from that one and come back to it after a little bit after you work on something else, maybe. But best of luck with it, though. Like, it has great table presence, and I think it's a very cool idea. Yeah, I hadn't heard of that genre either. So this is solo RPG journaling. I need to look more into it. But it's like, I've been really enjoying what I've been working on here. And so to know that there are other books out there and stuff that do that, there's probably print in place as well. I'm going to look into it more as well because it's very fun. And I don't journal. Like, I don't journal in life. So it was just a fun way to, like, you know, write with a pen on paper. Like, I take you know, notes for playtesting, and that's like the only time that I put pen to paper. So or, you know, when I draw or when I make a prototype. But yeah, it was just really fun to just make things up and think what my character would do in that situation. And yeah, I've been really enjoying it. So solo RPG journaling. Yeah, I'm going to look into it more and maybe order one of the books and experiment more. But I think I really want to get this one up on itch pretty soon. So I might do another stream where I actually work on the map on stream. It's going to stress me out a little bit having people watch me draw, but I think it could be fun. Hey, Sweetcroft, nice to see you. Hi. So it's been really hot where Ian is, over 90 every day. That's like over 30 for Canadians. We also have a 4-day school week. Oh, that's great. We end the week after Memorial Day. When's Memorial Day? That's in May, right? When I was growing up in Wisconsin, we went back after Labor Day. Okay, so it varies depending on where you live. But that's cool, you have a 4-day school week. I love that. Do you get Monday or Friday off? Tis but a scratch. Hi, been working flat out for the last month on a sheep farming worker placement economic engine builder. That's a lot of words that I like. Think I've bitten off more than I can chew. Uh-oh. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like, that's what I'm feeling like about the Empress. Just like bit off more than I can chew. There's just a lot going on. It all works, but it's just a bit overwhelming. Maybe that's how I'm feeling about that game, similar to you. Hey, Derek! Hi! Hi. So nice to see you. Hopefully nothing terrible happened in the Discord. I'm sure if something did, you would have let me know. But thank you so much for holding it down in July. I have not looked at any of the messages. I have no idea what happened there. But my mod team, like Derek and Tony, thank you so much for holding things down. I appreciate you. No problem, Andrew. Yeah, honestly, you just need those little boosts every now and then for sure. For sure, especially when you like playtest with mainly other designers. Like, honestly, playtest your game with just people who have never designed a game in their life, and they will pump up your ego. Like, they'll be like, "Oh my god, you made this? This is amazing!" Like, if you need a little, you know, pick me up. Oh, hello. Hi. I don't know why Twitch insists on making that sound so loud. It was very exciting. Hey, Andy. Hi. I played Andy. Andy made a video game. It's super cool. It's on Steam. It's called Peek, P-E-E-K. And it's really interesting because it's all about sounds. So you're a priest and you're trying to exorcise this ghost kind of situation. You're trying to expel this ghost. And so you have to like sit in this circle and you have to pray and close your eyes. And then you just hear the ghost moving around the room around you. It's super cool. And you basically need to like figure out where they move and where they do different things. And then once they leave the room, you can open your eyes and then you have to place the cross on the certain parts of the room where the ghost was. Very cool idea. Very, very cool. Definitely check it out if that interests you. That's Peek, P-E-E-K on Steam. I had a lot of fun trying that out in July as well. That's another thing that I did in July. Hey, Papa Patzer. Hi, nice to see you. How are you? Yeah, just talking about like, when you're feeling a bit down on a game, I think part of that has to do with only playtesting with other designers because we can just get a bit like, what's the word? I don't know if jaded is the right word, but we can just get like so used to playing games that are created by someone else that we can like forget like this is amazing. Like, hello. Like, you came up with all this, you did all this. This is amazing. We just can sometimes go straight to critiquing, which is important. But that's why sometimes it definitely is good to play with non-designers because they will really pump up your tires. Like I play tested with one of my best friends and her girlfriend. I play tested my pottery game, and they were like, my friend's girlfriend. She was just like, "You did this? Like you made all this? Like this is amazing!" I was just like, "Thank you." Yeah. So that might be like I've been playtesting so much with just designers and just like not like very few of my designs have I been excited about. And so I think I need to remember to playtest with a variety of people, not just other designers, because yeah, they can be a bit like tempered down with, their how excited they might be about something. Just because we're just so used to it and whatever. Anyway, um, as far as gaming goes this week, I will try and get some solo gaming done. And we have to get some content filmed this week. Exciting! What game do you want to play solo? I went to a friendly local game store here in Vancouver this past week that I have known about forever. Like I follow them on Instagram. They're called Strategies on Main Street here in Vancouver. And I finally went to the store. It was super fun. Cool, very cool store. Huge selection of games. And I bought the White Castle, which I'm so excited about. I've played the White Castle so many times at conventions, online. I love it. I've never played it solo, but the criteria now for my board game collection is it has to play solo. And so I bought it. I'm looking at it right now. Oh, that's another thing I did. Oh yeah, hello. A huge thing that I did. I rearranged my entire apartment. Like a huge project. I completely forgot about that. I switched where my TV and like media wall unit is and where my bed is. I swapped them. So you know how sometimes in the back of my videos there's like the wall of games and books and my TV and stuff? That was over there. Now it's over here. And now my bed is over there in that nook. And my bed can now be set up as a king size at all times, which is pretty sweet. Before it was like two twins stacked on top of each other over here. So now I can have a bigger bed in like a nook, which is nice. It's kind of like separate from the living and dining area. And now I'm at my dining table right now. And now my living area is right here with my games and my puzzles and my TV and my couch. So it just makes a lot more sense. That took a lot of time to do because I installed the TV unit over here. So like I had to take it all down and then I had to fill in all the holes and then paint everything and then put it all back up, make sure it's all level and everything like that. But I really enjoy projects like that. So yeah. If you follow my personal Instagram, I documented that. But anyway, one other thing is that I changed how I have my board games displayed on my top shelf. I was having it where I had like 5 games turned outward so you could see the front of the game box, which I really like because a lot of them are just works of art. But then I had games behind them, hidden behind them, and I didn't like not seeing every game that I own. And so now I have them all. I know I'm pointing at things you don't know what I'm pointing at. So I I mean, you can here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a picture of what I'm looking at and I'll show you the picture. see if this works. This is what I'm looking at. So this is what right here. And now you can see that all my games are facing out. So I can see every single game that I own. There are some on the floor because I had to patch a hole up there. But basically now I really and I have them in alphabetical order, which I really enjoy. I can see every single game that I own. I can take stock of it at all times and be like, I haven't played that game in forever. I could probably get rid of that, whatever. So now that I got the White Castle, I did have room for that. We're at max capacity. So now it's a 1 in, 1 out strict policy. But I mean, there's games there that I haven't played in years. Pandemic Legacy Season 2, I have not played in 10 years, or like it's 8 years, 8 or 9 years. I should probably finish it and then, get rid of it, because I don't think you can't pass that one on. You're cutting things up and whatever. Deception, Murder in Hong Kong. I don't love that game. I don't love social deduction games. They stress me out. I should probably get rid of that. Actually, there's not too many besides that I would get rid of. But there's a lot of games I want to add to my collection. But big criteria is that it needs to play well solo. I also went to Toronto. When I was in Toronto, I played, I went to a board game cafe and I played Spirit Island because I heard that's a really good solo game. And it took me an hour and a half to read the rules and set it up. And so I ended up just playing for only about half an hour. I had to go. And from what I played, I could see how it could be enjoyable, but I played so little of it that I didn't really get a feel for it. So I'm only adding games to my collection that I've played multiple times and I know that I love, that I absolutely love. So like Castles of Burgundy, The White Castle, Earth. Those are absolutely staying in there. I've got Robinson Crusoe, which I need to play more of solo. But like Roll for the Galaxy, I haven't played that in forever. Stardew Valley, another good solo game. Anyway, don't remember what the point of that story was. Also been Tis But a Scratch has been in the depths of negotiating a contract for my pirate game. Yay! You've got a lot going on. That's so exciting. Negotiating a contract, that is huge. Huge. Just remember, and I'm sure you probably already know this, but in case anyone else doesn't know, the Tabletop Game Designers Association, if you're ever negotiating a contract, they are they're very helpful reviewing a contract. So that's part of like the membership dues. The annual fee is that they offer free, like included with that is contract review. So you can literally send the contract to the TTGDA. They'll review it, and it's like Jeff Engelstein and Sen Fung Lim and Elizabeth Hargrave. I don't know who would be looking at it specifically, but every time I've done it, Jeff Engelstein has reviewed it. And these are very experienced designers who know about this stuff. They'll take a look at it and they'll flag anything that needs to be reviewed or that's weird. So definitely take advantage of that service if you're a TTGDA member or possibly think about joining if you want to have that kind of support. Obviously, they're not lawyers. If it's your very first contract, you would probably want to reach out to an actual lawyer like Zachary Strebeck, who specializes in the board game and video game industry. But if you feel comfortable with just having an experienced designer take a look at it, then definitely consider sending it to the TTGDA. They also sent out an email recently saying that they have been collecting contracts from a bunch of different publishers. And then I think they're going to be like grading them on how good they are or something like that, which is a very cool idea. Suatura, I had not heard of Roar before, but after a quick look, I think it is using many mechanics that I am trying to avoid with mine. Excellent. Good. Yeah, it's always good to know about other games that exist with the theme that you're working on. And I'm really glad it's different mechanically from your game. Very cool. Oh, you have Fridays off. That is so awesome, Ian. I love that. So are your days Monday to Thursday a bit longer than standard? Or do you just get Fridays off? I love that. Papa Passer says designers maybe forget to say the positive things and just want to give input to help improve the game. Totally. I love first playtesting with my game group and my family. I take it to designers later. Yeah, for sure. That's probably a good way to go about it. And just trusting your own instincts and your own excitement level as well. But I think you're right, Papa Passer, that like, we just want to help as much as possible. And so pointing out the things that need to be addressed or improved is the most efficient. But I think we also should remember to say the things that we've enjoyed about the game as well. GM Riley says, my game is basically a take on the Parcheesi Sorry Ludo family with no dice, more strategy to it, and my 7 and 8-year-old cousins have officially retired their Sorry game for it. Wow! That's definitely a good sign. Wow, because those are classics, right? So that's amazing. Very, very cool. Best of luck with that. Hey, Caprobatica. Glad to be back. Yeah, I'm not feeling like super rejuvenated. Like, it was a pretty busy month, not gonna lie. And then I could not sleep last night, so that was fun. But now after talking with all of you, I'm definitely feeling more rejuvenated for sure. Um, this has been really nice reconnecting with you all. Um, how was the game jam for the library elementary kids? Would love to hear how they enjoyed the process and games they created. Yeah, it was awesome. I was a little nervous that what I was asking them to do would be a bit too challenging for them, but they all did amazing. Like they all just jumped right into it. It was so cool to see cuz yeah, they were like super young, grades 4 to 7, and one kid there, she was like a younger sibling to their siblings who had signed up. She was probably like 6, but she was joining in and participating and everything. Like it was awesome. Yeah, so basically I gave a presentation about being a board game designer and about board game design principles. For that, they were all very quiet and mostly listening, but like I think a lot of that went over their heads. I'm not sure how much they absorbed, but they were very patient to get through that part. They were obviously mostly excited about like making the game. But then after that, we all made a game together and I went through the process with them together. So we opened up a bag of mystery components and I was like, all right, what do you think we should do with these? Like these round tokens, they looked like buttons, but they don't have to be buttons. What could these be instead of buttons? And they all had so many great ideas. We actually ended up being able to make a game. So I was like, they're like, okay, we need a board and we need to have like branching paths. I was like, all right, you two kids, you start making the map. And they're like, all right, and we need power up cards. I was like, all right, who wants to make power up cards? You make power up cards. And like, it was so cool. They all were super into it. And then we ended up making enough of a game where we could play a round. So 4 players each got a turn. And so basically it was you roll a die. They just, most kids, they can't get away from the roll and move. I tried, but they roll the die, but then you choose, there were branching paths. You could choose which path you go down. And then this was one thing that I added was there were different numbers on the different spaces randomly between 1 and 3 or 0 and 3. And whichever number you land on, that's the number of tokens you pull out of a bag. That was an idea another kid had where they were like, all right, when you're trying to collect these tokens, which we decided were gems, and it was a mine that you were exploring, they wanted it to be random, the gems that you got. I was like, cool. So then we could put the tokens in the bag that the components came in. And so when you land on a space, you would draw that number of tokens from the bag and keep one. And then the ultimate goal, because I was trying to teach them set collection, was the first player to collect one of each kind of gem would win. And then they thought up a whole combat system. Like, it was awesome. It was so awesome. And then they each got their own mystery bag and they all just jumped right in. I did tell them, like, your game needs to use at least one of each component, and you also need to have one of the following 4 things: set collection, drafting, roll and write, or oh shoot, I can't remember the last thing, but it was some other like simple mechanic. And they all just kind of ignored that, which is totally fine. But they all just jumped right in and just made their own board games. Like they were all super into it from the jump. So many cool ideas. I really enjoyed it. So they talked about maybe having me come back in the over Christmas holidays. So we'll see. I would love to have that be kind of a recurring thing that I do with the library. I might possibly share that presentation as a video on YouTube as well. I'm not sure. But thanks for asking about that. Yeah, they all did really great. Really, really great. It was so cool to see. Thanks, Derek. Yeah, I'm happy with that, with how they look all facing like that. Derek's talking about how I turned all my games so that they're all facing out. Like you can see along the spine of all of the games. This is what my game shelf looks like now. Hello, focus. Thank you. And they're all like perfectly lined up on the edge, except for Pandemic Legacy, which is jutting out. And they're all alphabetical. And now my brain is like, well, now we need one for every letter of the alphabet. And we're only missing, I have lent out like 3 to 4 games to friends and family. So Viticulture's not here. Istanbul, the dice game, Quirkle says V, I, and Q. So I'm actually not missing too many letters. I think P. I'm missing P. No. I have Pandemic. Yeah, P, Q, R, S, T. Oh, yeah, I'm missing U and X and Y and Z. Any suggestions for those letters, let me know. Oh, social deduction games also stressed you out, Derek? Okay. Yeah, I know I'm not alone in that. So thank you for reminding me that I'm not alone in that. Some are fun, but definitely would rather play something else. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I remember, like, it's a cool game, but I haven't played it in years, and I never think about pulling it out. So I should probably give that to someone who does enjoy social deduction games, and they can play it. How many games do I have in my collection? I did count them. I think it's less than I thought. I think it's 38, but that's not including the games that I lent out that I forgot about. So it's probably more like 41. But then I also had some games in my like coffee table. There's just like a couple of catchphrases in there and smaller games. So let's say 44. And then also, I don't know if I would include my games, like probably my games that I've designed. So that's 7. So yeah, it's around 50. Yeah, I think it's around 50. And that's the number that I thought. But like on my shelf, it was it was less than 50. I was like, oh, I guess I don't have 50 games. So then I forgot about the games that I had lent out and games that I have scattered a few other places. So yeah. But I can definitely see myself swapping out some of these games with some other games that I really enjoy. Like I definitely want to get Harmonies. I've played that game so many times, and apparently it does have a good solo variant, which I haven't played. That's the first one that comes to mind. I was maybe going to get that instead of the White Castle, but I get that another time. How many games do you all have in your collections? I'm curious. I do want to make a spreadsheet or just a physical list of the games that I own and then make a note of ones that I've lent out because I completely forgot I lent out Viticulture. Stardew Valley. Yeah, Derek. Yeah, I played that for the first time with you. I actually got to talk on the phone with the creator of Stardew's board game and we chatted for a good while. Oh my gosh, Derek, that's so cool. Is that because you made like a variant for it, right? You rethemed it, I think. I can't remember, but that is so cool. That is so, so cool. That's Concerned Ape, right? Who made Stardew Valley? Adam says White Castle is among my favorite games. It's so elegant. I've enjoyed teaching it as a medium weight game for newcomers. Yeah, it is so good. I remember I played it for the first time a couple years ago at a retreat at Gamers Ranch, and my friend Amanda, it was my first introduction to her, and she was like so excited to teach the White Castle, and she's like, "Okay, in this game, you only have 9 turns." She was just like trying to really stress you only have 9 turns, which is insane. You only have 9 turns in the entire game, and it still takes like hour and a half, 2 hours to play. I'm curious to see how the solo variant works. I've heard it's challenging, but that's fine. Yeah, I really, really enjoy the White Castle. Yeah, it was one of the games at the World Series of Board Gaming last fall. I think it is again this year. I'm not 100% sure. But that was cool to watch the stream of the players playing it and just how good, like their high scores that they got and how many things they did each turn. And they each took like 10 minutes per turn because you really need to make sure you're optimizing the few turns that you have. Whoops, sorry. I am a little behind on the chat. I will speed up a little bit here because at some point we do need to do some work, unfortunately. Oh, Papa Passer, my brothers and I went to Gen Con to pitch in person for the first time. Wow! All 5 of our games had prototype requests, so that's exciting that we're on the right track. Holy moly! That's amazing! Oh, I bet you had so much fun. That is so awesome. I have been watching Gen Con vlogs on repeat for the past like 4 days, just trying to deal with my FOMO. And I'm so glad that you got to go with your brothers and you pitched in person and you got interest in your prototypes. Like, what a dream trip. Like, that's amazing. And all 5 of your games, hello. That is super exciting. I'm not surprised you and your brothers come up with some great ideas. So, best of luck. And regardless of what happens, that sounds like an amazing trip. Adam says, I've got a games day coming up in a few weeks. There will be 6 adults. It's always tough to find a good, meaty Euro-style game that works at 5 to 6 players. Any good suggestions? Oh, does Lords of Waterdeep play well at higher player counts? I can't remember. I feel like maybe people have said that. I've never played it at higher player counts, but I can't remember. Brothers Murph just did a video of games that play well at higher player counts. I can't remember what they said in that video, but you might want to check that video out. It's really tough, isn't it, to have... Well, Earth might be good because you get stuff when it's not your turn. But I could see that taking a long time at higher player counts. Just people especially if they're new, that might be a lot. Maybe you could do like a co-op, like something like Spirit Island or something like that. So it's higher player count, but you're all working together. Those might be, I mean, Stardew Valley. I don't know if you can play 5. I think you can, maybe. That might be a good one. I'm just looking at my collection. If anyone else has any other suggestions, feel free to throw them in the chat. It's meatier Euro style games that work well, 5 to 6 players. Okay, Papa Pastor wants me to share the library presentation. Okay, I think I will. Ian says, when I was teaching 2nd grade, still I used to have an enrichment class and we designed board games. I would have the kids come up with ideas and would help them refine them. I love that. 2nd grade? That's so cool. Man, I wish I had that when I was a kid. Oh, sorry, Andy. Oh my gosh. Completely forgetting about Twitch. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, okay, yeah. Jaded might be a good word. You think the shininess fades away and then doubt starts to set in. Those little ego boosts are helpful. For example, what you just said. Yeah, I'm glad. It's like, especially because, I'm not a video game developer, and I'm just amazed. I was like, Andy like made all of this, and like even like the title screens and like all like the sound design, the visual design, all of that stuff, the tutorial walkthrough, like all of it. I'm just like in amazement because I don't know how to do that. It's very cool that anyone knows how to do that, and so I'm just like, wow, this is amazing. So yeah, that's why, yeah, it is nice to have people who are not in that space play your games or try your games out, because they're just like, wow, how did you do this? That's so cool. I like how you get an idea like the room design and go for it. It's impressive. I'd think about it and then be like, nah, it's probably fine. Yeah. So yeah, I think you're talking about like me reshuffling my entire apartment. Yeah, I've been watching a lot of interior design videos on YouTube, and I was just like, I need to move things around. Like I need to change everything. But this does actually make a lot more sense, and I'm very, very happy with it. But yeah, it probably was fine. But also I had the time. I was like, if I'm going to do it, I need to do it now. But I'm so sorry, Twitch. I won't forget about you again. I'm so sorry. Okay. That's so cool, Ian, that they came up with so many great ideas. In second grade, that is so cool. Calprobatica says, thank you for sharing. They seemed really excited, and I love their jewel set collection game. They're so creative. Also, maybe you could encourage them to bring their own components next time. Well, that's an interesting idea. So Caprobatica is talking about the game jam I did for kids last week, where they had a mystery bag of components, and they had to come up with games, and then we actually came up with a game together. Bring their own components. Yeah, it's an interesting idea because I feel like if they brought their own components, they would already have an idea of what they want to do, and they would. Yeah, I'm just not quite sure. When you kind of spring it on them and they can't plan for it, they have to be adaptable to the components that they are given. But there are a few different things that we could maybe try if we did it again, for sure. So I'm glad you enjoyed hearing about that, and thank you for that suggestion as well. Okay, GM Riley says, so then for a design standard, should board games have their name/title shown vertically on the spine as well as horizontally on the other spine, so that way it would display well on a shelf either way? Yes, 1,000%. And one thing I noticed is that, let me show you this. This is bothering me. Actually, never mind. It's not a problem. I saw my games Blob Party at a friendly local game store, and when I saw them on the shelf, they were like this, where they're written in different orientations. Like it's written this way here, and then it's like the mirrored version there. I was like, why didn't they just have them the same orientation? But they do on this side. So that's probably something they consciously did. So depending on how people like to line their games up on their shelf, they have them going this way, but they also have them going this way, which is cool. So yeah, definitely, if you are self-publishing, definitely think about how your game shows up on the side. It's very important. You definitely want to have the game on the side as well. Because like for my other game, for one of my games, Hold That Face, they don't have it. They don't have it there. They don't have it there. They don't have it there. And they don't have it there, which I find really annoying. So when I have it just on my shelf, you don't necessarily know what game it is. So definitely have the title on the side. 100%, in my opinion. Oh, Ian now runs Sorry, I'm gonna go through the chat quicker here. Sorry. Ian now runs a board game club for 4th/5th graders after volleyball season is over. That sounds so awesome, Ian. That sounds so fun. Like, your job sounds so cool. RIP to my to-do list. Yeah, I'm ignoring it. My to-do list should have just been catch up and hang out with my coworkers, which I think I'm doing a pretty good job at, to be honest. I don't want to respond to my emails. I don't even want to look at my emails. I don't know what's in there, and I don't want to know. Yeah, congrats, Papa Passer, absolutely. Yeah, I'll share the library presentation. I think I do have that on my list of video ideas. Oh, Tony has 110 games, not including expansions and duplicates. I added the game makers at Gen Con. Oh yeah, Tony, you were at Gen Con. How was it? You were working, right? Did you have time to walk around and play games and demo games? The game makers looks very interesting. It's like they had the game makers and then there was another game called Shelfie, and they both seem to feature like small versions of board games. Papa Passer has 125 games. Thankfully, I haven't bought many for a while. My collection was around 20 games 2 years ago. Yeah, that's what I've heard. A lot of people, like, once they get into the hobby, they're just like, oh my, that happened to me too. I bought a ton of games when I first got into it. And so a lot of these games, you know, they're not really, oh yeah, like that's another one, Escape Curse of the Temple. I think I will get rid of that because no one will play it with me because it stresses them out too much. I don't mind it. It's a real-time dice rolling game. and it comes with a DVD, which I love. And you have to like get out before like the gong rings on the DVD. Um but yeah, people get too stressed out, so no one plays it with me, so I should probably get rid of that. But I remember being so excited to buy that many years ago. So yeah, it's like when you first get into it, you just want to buy everything. BGG is saying I have 117 individual games, not expansions. Yeah, so 110, 125, 117. But with expansions, I have 391. What? Wow. So you track your collection on BGG. Okay, I guess I could do that too. I don't know. I'm just kind of getting over having all of my stuff online. I don't know. I just kind of just want to write it down on a piece of paper. I don't know. I eventually want to decouple completely from Google. Yeah, it does sound very cool. Yeah, Ian, you have a great job. Papa Pastor says I play 5 to 10 games per week, so I don't feel too bad owning so many. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And it's great that like your brothers are into games as well. Like my two sisters are into board games, but one of them not so much, like not as much as me. The other one I would say as much as me, but like she lives in the US and I just don't see her as often. I do have some other friends that we're trying to get more regular game days with. And so that has been really fun. And so hopefully we meet more often. I might even float the idea of like, you want to meet every week? Like, is that too much? But yeah, I definitely want to play these games more often for sure. Okay, Tony does say that Lords of Waterdeep does play well at higher player counts. Yeah, I thought I had heard that somewhere. So thanks for confirming that. Oh, Lost Ruins of Arnak? Oh, Lost Ruins of Arnak is pretty much unplayable above 3 players, according to Tony. So that's maybe one to steer clear of, possibly. Yeah, I think there's a lot of downtime between. Oh yeah, because if you get out early, then you just have to just wait for everyone else to be done, and then you could play again. So you can end up sitting there for a long time. Tis But a Scratch says Feed the Kraken is a nautical themed hit and roll game for 5 to 11 players where everyone shares a ship but belongs to one of 3 competing factions. It's great fun. Yes, it can be great fun. For those of us who find those types of games a bit stressful, it was not for me. I just don't love having to like lie or bluff in games, but that's just me. But if you enjoy that, I know a lot of people really enjoy Feed the Kraken. Oh, you play that UK games, you play that at UK, with 9 people at UK Games Expo. That's so cool. My favorite thing is when Pam leaves and it's Pam Walls' wall. Yes. That is the feature. Yeah, when people are like, how do you spell your last name? I'm like, Walls, like these things that are around you every day. That's how you spell my name. Yes, I hate that some of my games have different word orientation. Most have a way you can set it up though to match on the sides. Yes, I did make sure all of my games the text orientation is the same, thankfully. Although yeah, one of them, I think Earth is horizontal, which I don't love. They should all be vertical. Yeah, also Queen Domino, Patchwork, or Sideways. Actually, the White Castle, which I just added. I don't love the side of the White Castle, not gonna lie. It's just a little bit boring. Anyway. Are you allowed to talk about your royalty percentage you got from Hasbro for Hold That Face? I don't think so. Like, yeah, I don't think you're really allowed to talk about specifics in contracts, but like in general, I say that like the industry standard is 5%, so you can take from that what you want. Pam is getting no work done today and I'm loving it. Yeah. I hope I'm not distracting all of you too much. If you actually did want to get work done today, feel free to mute me. I don't mind at all. Yeah. Well, once I catch up on the chat, I'm happy to start working, so that's kind of on you guys. Andrew says first day back from vacay is a little bumpy anyway, right? Thank you. I need to be a bit easier on myself it's an adjustment coming back. Tony says Gen Con was great. We sold out on Saturday. I got to walk around, but not a lot. I enjoyed it. Yay! That's so awesome. I'll try to, like, if I watch any more Gen Con vlogs, which I don't know if I will now that it's over, but if I do, I'll try to look for you in the background. Which booth were you at again? I can't remember. Shelfie isn't a game. It's a decorative. Oh, it isn't a game. It's a decorative mini calyx with true to scale mini games that fit inside. Oh, okay. I thought it was a game. My Shelfie is a game, but okay, I see. It's so basically it's just a decoration to put on your calyx, like all of your calyx. Interesting. Ian's collection is sitting at 441. According to BG stats, there are a lot of my coal pile, though. Oh, so that does include your coal pile. 441. Wow. That's the biggest one so far we've seen in the chat. Can anyone beat 441? Caprobatica says, Pam, if possible, maybe you could post a bi-monthly Q&A and hangout live stream since we all enjoy talking with you so much. Sure. Little chatty Cathy stream. Yeah, honestly, if people show up and I'm not just like talking to myself into the void, sure. It's just tough to find, the time. I would like to start streaming more, to be honest. This is something I've been thinking about. I thought about like while I was away, I was like, maybe we should start streaming a bit more. It's just I don't like to commit to something and then have to cancel. Like I was doing Friday nights and I was just canceling a lot due to travel or whatever. But these streams, like I really do enjoy them, but they are a bit of a time suck. Like, especially when I'm just chatting for chatting for an hour and a half before actually starting to work for 2 hours. Yeah, I'm just realizing we should probably start working soon so that we can have lunch at some point. Anyway, yeah, if you all enjoyed chatting with me, I love chatting with you. So I don't want to commit to anything, but yes, I am open to the idea. I love running my board game club. Yeah, this year will be my 4th year of it. It's been all donations from publishers or donors. We have about 100 in the game library at school. Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, some of these games that I want to get rid of, like I should look to see if a school might want them. Or some local board game club maybe for kids or something like that. That would be cool. I think a weeknight meetup is actually more feasible than let's meet up every now and then, because when it's weekly, people actually make time and plan around it. Yeah, I think you're totally right. Because right now, me and that group of friends, we're in Discord just like, how about this day? Oh, that doesn't work. How about this day? Oh, that doesn't work. How about this day? That doesn't work. And so, yeah, one of my friends is like, you know what? We should probably just book something, even if not all of us can go. And yeah, I think I might suggest that we have a recurring thing. It's just the one, like my friend whose house we go to, she lives a bit far. It's like 45-minute drive there and back. Apparently in Canada, we talk about distances in time. Apparently other people don't do this. It's about 45-minute drive away and back. So it's not like the easiest to get to, but it's a nice drive. I don't mind it. I would do that every week. And I feel like she would too. I feel like she might be into that idea. And honestly, even if it's just the two of us, there's a lot of games you can play at 2 players. Yeah, I might throw that out there. And obviously I can host them here too. Yeah. I think I might throw that out there for a weekly thing. And then just get like more people in the group, and then, not everyone can show up, but at least, a few people can show up every time. Something like that. Yeah, that's a good idea, Adam. I'm guessing for a company like Hasbro or Exploding Kittens, a designer should be willing to take a lower percentage. Yeah, so basically Hasbro, so yeah, I mean, I just don't want to get sued, but like basically they have a platform called Spark, or no, Ignite. No, Spark. They have a Spark portal where you can submit your game ideas to Hasbro, and in the fine print of that website, it says that the royalty percentage is capped at 1.5%, which is very low. I would never accept a royalty percentage that low unless there was an IP involved. If there was an IP involved, I would, because the publisher has to split the royalties to the license holder of the IP as well as you. And theoretically, with that IP, the game should sell more copies. So yes, I would only accept a royalty percentage of 1.5% or like 2% if there was an IP attached. Otherwise, I personally would never take anything below 5%. But apparently, if you're able to pitch to Hasbro in person, they have been known to offer a royalty percentage more in line with industry standards of 5 to 8%. But if you go through their Spark portal, they limit it to 1.5%, which is crazy. I do not recommend submitting a game through the Hasbro portal, but I've heard recently that even at the UK Games Expo and at Mojo Pitch, I think it was, you pitch to them in person, but they still direct you to submit your game through the Spark portal. It's very problematic. The TTGDA are aware of this. They have been communicating with Hasbro about it, but as far as I know, Hasbro has not been very responsive about doing anything about it. So, yeah, I personally would never accept a royalty percentage below 5% unless there's an IP attached to the game. Yeah. People are like, oh, well, Hasbro is such a massive company. You would sell so many games that it's fine to take something below 5%. Personally, I would say no. Don't do that. We all need to rise the tide together, or whatever the sentence, the saying is. Yeah, it's a bit exploitative and it's very low. It's 5% is the minimum. Again, unless there's an IP attached. That's all I'll say about that. Just be very careful about pitching to Hasbro. If they ever tell you to submit your game through Spark, push back on that. Because if you pitch to them in person, they should be telling you to upload your game to their Ignite portal, if they still have that, which I'm pretty sure they do. And that's their internal process for keeping track of prototypes and the status of prototypes and stuff. But as soon as you submit a game through Spark, you are subject to their terms, which is 1.5% royalty cap and a cap on the number of years that they would pay you royalties. So if you happen to make the next Jenga and your game is an evergreen game that sells for years and years and years and years, they would only pay you for 12 years. And after that, you get nothing, which is insane. Mattel is also following a similar model. So be careful of those two is all I will say about that. I haven't worked with Exploding Kittens. I don't know about their model at all. You have now caught up with the chat. It's time to get to work. Yes. Oh, Tony says we talk in time versus distance in the Midwest too. Okay, cool. I mean, it makes sense. Someone tells me something's 15 kilometers away. I'm like, I can't visualize that. I have no idea. Tell me how long it'll take to walk there or drive there. I know you have to be careful about what you share. Thanks for being willing to give all that information. Yeah, no problem. I mean, I sincerely doubt anyone from Hasbro would watch a stream to an hour and a half into a live stream where I happen to talk about it. But you never know. I don't want to breach any confidentiality, whatever. Rise the Tide sounds like a cool game. Okay. Okay. Yes, we did it. Congratulations, everyone. we made it to the end of the chat. You know what? There's a whole other bunch of other stuff I wanted to talk to you about, though. I already told you. Okay, I told you about that. I told you about that. Oh, yeah. I might have a new party game idea. It's basically just cards. So I would need to think of some component that would make people be like, oh, well, I need to buy this game to play it. I'm not sure, but I think it's super fun. Anyway. Oh, yeah, I went to Toronto. I went to Canada's Wonderland. I rode their new coaster, Alpen Fury. It was cool. I rearranged my apartment. Gen Con did not go. Was supposed to have a game debut at Gen Con, but it got pushed to 2027. And hopefully I'll be signing a contract this month. I heard from the publisher right before they went to Gen Con saying that they should hopefully be sending me the contract for a game in August. We will see. Okay. We did it, everyone. Good job. Let me set the timer for an hour. We should probably take a break, right? And move around. Let's take a quick 5-minute break. Let's take a quick 5-minute break and just move around and stretch, and then we will get to work. Yes, we will. So I won't set the timer quite yet. I'll bring up my music. The music playlist has not changed. I'm so sorry. I know I need to add more songs, but it's not happening today. So it's just the standard music. Okay, so let's just take a quick break and let's just move around a little bit, and then we will get to it and we will crush our to-do lists, okay? I'll see you in about 5 minutes. Okie dokie. I hope you had a good hour there. Hope you got a lot done. I tried going through my emails and I got overwhelmed, and so I just moved that to the bottom of my list. Because the most important thing is sending out my newsletter, and also sending out the newsletter to my paid subscribers. Those are top priority, so I move those up to the top. Let me just adjust that. It's bothering me. Okay, let me just quickly catch up on the chat, and then let's take a break, and then we're gonna work for another hour. So realistically, I don't even know if I'll get. I really don't think I'll get to the bottom things on my list here, but I can do that later today. That's no problem. Okay. Let's check in here. Sorry, I was really focused, and so I was not very engaged with the text chat here. I'm glad that answer was helpful for you, Freddie. I wasn't sure if that was quite answering what you were asking, but I'm glad that that was helpful. And then Derek added, is it something that's like hidden information sprung on the other player or known information that can be triggered when a player does something? And then Derek says, I think both are used in games, and I very much don't like not knowing what my opponent can spring something on me. Unless that's the type of game it is, I suppose. Otherwise, known info is good. Yeah, I agree with that too. Bayonet Brand says, day job conference calls finally abated. Popping in for a few before the next one starts while compiling our weekly news column. Nice. Sorry, I don't know if you're still here. Hopefully you are. Sorry, I missed a few people in the chat here. I was in the zone. But I'm glad you got to pop in and say hello. Oh, hey, Nakimis. They say your video on creating a good sell sheet was very helpful. Yay! I'm so glad. You know, I was thinking about doing another one of those where I get people to submit their sell sheets and then I like mess around with them and change them to what I would do with them differently. I have been doing this with my members every second Wednesday. We have a live stream where designers send me their sell sheets, and then like live, I'll critique them. And then if they send it in a format where I can actually move things around, and then I will actually move things around. And Like I said, I've been watching a lot of home decor, like interior design videos, and this one I really enjoy is where people will submit photos of their home, and then this designer will actually like Photoshop it to move things around and change the look of the room. And I've been really enjoying that. I think it's super fun. I was like, oh, I can maybe do that with cell sheets. Um, yeah, because that's I've been enjoying doing that with my members, but I thought it could be an interesting video as well. But I'm glad that that video was helpful, because in that one I basically just created a bad cell sheet, like an extreme version, and then I changed it on screen into what I would do. I do fairly simple cell sheets. There is nothing like super fancy about them, but that's just kind of my style. Um Thanks Caprobatica. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm a little behind here. Nakimi says, just came home from playing Ark Nova. Oh, Ark Nova was another one I was thinking about adding to my collection. That can be my A game. Currently, my A game, like alphabetically, is the Amazing Labyrinth, a vintage game, classic game, which I will keep. But Ark Nova, I have played a few times. I really do enjoy, and apparently there is a good solo version for it as well. But I just think back to like a few years ago, it was 50% off at the store called Calendar Club, and I didn't know anything about it. I just heard people liked it, and I was just like, "Oh, I don't really want to buy a game I haven't played yet." And I really wish I had bought it, cuz now it's like almost $100 or something crazy. I need to just get over it. I'll never I don't think I'll ever find it 50% off brand new again. I mean, you never know, but that just haunts me now. But yeah, great game. I play that a lot on BGA. And that'd be a fun game to play a bunch, so you get used to all the different cards and all the different things that they do, because there's just so many cards. But I'm glad you got to play that today. So you just came home from playing Ark Nova and Harmonies. Ah, I love that game. Now I should find energy to playtest for an hour or two. Wow, good for you. Um, that sounds like a super fun day. Yeah, Harmonies. I definitely want to buy Harmonies. I love Harmonies. So good. And I don't love abstract games, but the more I played Harmonies, the more I'm like, I really like this. On that subject, any tips on testing a larger game? For me, it can feel quite taxing. Imagine playing a 4-player game of SETI by yourself. Is it just better to test only with groups? Yeah, so you mean like simulating a 4-player game all on your own? Yeah, that does. I mean, it does take a while, and it's a not a true test, because like you have all the information because you're playing all the different players. So having an actual group play it is definitely better, but it's still good to, simulate the multiplayer game yourself, as in addition to it. But I would not say instead of, for sure, because you'll get a lot more information about like the interaction between players, how the players are feeling in between their turns, things like that you can't really simulate on your own. Bayonet Brand says, I think you can push your way through a bunch of the mechanics on your own to make sure things function correctly, i.e. the value you need is within the bounds of the die roll. Yeah, you can definitely smooth out some problems on your own for sure. But you need players to make decisions that go beyond mechanical testing. Yeah, 1000%. Just my 2 cents, but most of my playtesting has involved more complicated war game type stuff. No, I agree, Brant, for sure. Thundercat says, what's your favorite board game right now? And have you ever reskinned any games? If so, what game? My favorite game is Castles of Burgundy. I'm quite literally obsessed with it. I will play it all day, every day. Yeah, so the Castles of Burgundy is my favorite game. I mean, the White Castle is up there. Harmonies is up there. Just One is up there. Mm, those are probably my top, but like by far my favorite is the Castles of Burgundy. I have not reskinned a game. I know that like Derek in the chat has reskinned Stardew Valley. Has anyone else in the chat like rethemed a game? I haven't. I think it would be a really fun thing to do. Well, actually, one thing I've done is that I've like taken an existing game, like I took the Amazing Race, and I catered it for my sister. That's not really retheming it. It's like customizing it. But basically I made like an Amazing Race game for my sister. But I think that would be it would just be a fun thing to do, to retheme a game. Mm, I haven't, and I just feel like, just with the time that I want to give to board games and board game design, I think I just want to dedicate it to like making my own games. But um that could be a lot of fun, especially if you want to make like a present for someone, so you could just like retheme an existing game for them. I think that would be a really fun present. But yeah, I'm curious if anyone else in the chat has rethemed a game, or if you have Thundercat. Ba 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 ba. Okay, Brent, nice to see you. Have to dip out at the top of the hour. Okay, so you got a few more minutes with us, but we're gonna take a little break here soon. So Tony made some good changes to my game, but completely broke my salesperson cards now. Oh, it's so annoying when you like tweak one thing and then it changes something else, and then you tweak that and then it changes something else. It's like, oh my goodness, I just want everything to work together. Yeah, Derek loves reskinning board games. One of my favorite hobbies besides designing board games. I can totally see that. I can see like how much fun something like that would be. I think one day I'll get more into it. I could see myself possibly doing that. I think that's really fun. I know there's a big community that enjoys doing that for sure. It's good sometimes when testing. Oh yeah, so testing with larger groups, to pretend to be each personality of a player. Oh, that's interesting. Someone that plays passively, someone that plays aggressively, etc. It helps playtesting. That's cool. You're like making your own role playing game to playtest multiplayer. It's a nice idea. So Derek says, I like to say red equals aggressive and green is passive, or something like that. Blue could be someone who hoards resources. Just think about your game and the ways you want to push the limits. Yeah, I think that's definitely a cool way to go about it for sure. And I think you can gain a lot of valuable information from that. But at the end of the day, you do want actual people to to play the game. You can only simulate that so much. Brant says, I've spent a few years noodling around with some reskins of Carcassonne and tweaked a few things that always bothered me about it. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's nice. Man, I thought about this the other day. There was some game that I was thinking about changing something, but I can't remember what it was. But um, yeah, I could see Carcassonne making that a few different fun themes potentially. That's really cool. Thundercat says, I have a dream to resting. Sorry, my eyes are going a little cross-eyed because I've been streaming so long. I have a dream to reskin Coup to be more Halloween themed. Oh, that's fun to make them like holiday themed, different holidays. I think that's super fun. Like witch or vampire or werewolf theme. Yeah. So it's a bit of reskinning combined with some house rules slash semi expansions. Very cool. Yeah, I think maybe I was thinking about adding or creating my own solo game, solo variant for some of the games that I own that don't have solo variants, like Lords of Waterdeep. Maybe that's what I was thinking of the other day. Caprobatica says, how would you describe the reskinning hobby to newbies? I would say it's just taking an existing game but putting a different theme onto it. That's the most basic way I would describe it. But for personal use, for just for fun. Yeah. I did mention that in my presentation at my game jam for kids. Like I talked about how you can just make games for fun and how how amazing that is. Like you don't need to do this as a career. I'm just letting you know, if you do, this is what it could look like, but also what are some different occasions you can make games for your friends for. And also you can just retheme an existing game, but just being clear that that's just for personal use. Do not try to sell it. Don't try to pitch it. This just for fun. You can get in a lot of trouble if you put up on Kickstarter. Like, I mean, although technically it's not illegal, but it's definitely frowned upon. Um, Derek says, I reskinned the game Little Town to be an Animal Crossing game. Right, it's fun. I reskinned El Dorado to be a Minecraft game. That's so cool. Oh yeah, for Stardew Valley, you just came up with a bunch of like variants and stuff, I think, right? Also, a cookie run game I turned into a really good Legend of Zelda worker placement game and added/fixed a few things about the game. It's light, but a lot of fun. That's so cool. Oh, that sounds like you've had a lot of fun with that, Derek. That's super fun. I love that. Oh, nice, Grayson. You're getting back to Flipping Farthings, a 2-player abstract chess like game. Cool. Flipping farthings. So I'm assuming you can flip the tokens like from either, like flip the tokens to either side. So it's kind of like checkers as well. It's more or less finished. I'm just doing some fine tuning to the rules and making it a bit more presentable for pitching. Very cool. That's very exciting that you're almost ready to start pitching. Well, speaking of pitching, just a little sneak peek about today's newsletter. It is about pitching to a specific company that is accepting pitches in September. And they also have a very helpful tip sheet, like a whole document for tips on pitching to publishers. Not even, I think it's applicable to all publishers, not just them. So keep an eye out for that newsletter today. Might be helpful if you're getting ready to start pitching. All right. Yeah, you did make several variants and fan expansions for Stardew Valley. That's super cool. Very, very cool. Nekimi says, I've been thinking about creating a work in progress page on BGG for my game and adding a link to a tabletop simulator version to maybe gain more feedback/playtesting possibilities. But is this something publishers don't like? No, like so many designers do that. I really don't think publishers would look down on that. In fact, some publishers encourage you to do that. I think it's Side Room Games. They say start a work in progress page on BGG. So no, if a publisher looked down on you sharing your work with others, like that would be crazy. But yeah, I understand where the apprehension comes from, but no, that's totally fine. That's what it's there. It's there. Like we're sharing our games with everyone when we're playtesting. And I do understand, posting it online, you might think that publishers might not like that, but like the whole purpose of doing that is for you to develop the game, to make it better, to then pitch to publishers to have a good game for them, So yeah, don't worry about that. Brand says about 15 years ago, there was a kid that totally stole/reskinned Lock and Load Publishing's World at War series, mid-80s World War III, and reskinned it as a post-apocalyptic game set just after World War II. He put it on BGG as a free download, and when the publisher saw it, they ended up bringing it in-house and eventually published it as a real game. That's awesome. That's very cool. I thought that story was going to go a different direction. I'm not going to lie. But no, that's great. Yeah, if you reskin something or you make an expansion or whatever, yeah, it's for your own personal use, but you can, as far as I understand, I think it's okay to post it for free for others to download and enjoy. I'm not 100% sure about that. I would personally be a little hesitant to post that without the consent of the publisher, so I don't really know, but that's great that publisher liked it, and then they ended up like making it a real game and bringing it in, like making it. Sorry, I need to take a break. I've been talking and looking at a screen for too long. Not gonna lie. Let me just wrap up this chat. Catch up with the chat. Then we're gonna take a break. Okay, so Grayson says it's coin based, so coins make stacks of 2, and plays on a grid. And once you play, you flip a token and it becomes the other players. I did some contest entries on it and got some decent feedback incorporating the suggestions. That's so cool. That's very cool. I love that. Good luck with that. That's so exciting that it's almost done too. Super exciting. Oh, nice, Brutal. That's awesome your brother was visiting. Um. Okay, so Derek says that he hears that a lot. A publisher is seeing what fans do, and they use it for future. They use it for future expansions. Like they just do it on their own, or do they like hire the person who did it and compensate them for the idea? That would be interesting to look more into that. Sprudel says, thanks for your answer to the games. The publishers are checking the costs for illustrations and whether the bosses like them. I hope to get a call this week and another one 2 weeks later. Yay! That's so exciting, Sprudel. I have my fingers crossed for you. There's so many awesome things going on for everyone. Like, I'm genuinely so stoked for all of these cool things happening for all of us, you know? Like, it's very, very cool. Very exciting, very fun. Okay, let's take a break and let's move around a little bit and maybe get something to eat, something to drink, stretch, because we have another hour, friends. We have another hour, and we are almost 3 hours into the stream. I knew this was going to happen. I knew it. I knew I'd be chatty. I'm just excited to see you all again. Okay, I'm not going to look at the chat. I'm caught up. If any new messages came in, I will reply to them when I come back from the break. Okay. I'm putting up the break sign and put some music on, and I'll see you in 5 minutes. All right, friends. Oh, so these would be the first games of yours to be published. I want that first game to be out there. Yay! That's so exciting. For sure, for sure. Okay, if you're already gone, Brand, thanks for. Maybe you'll see this later, but thanks for popping in and hanging out. Yeah, catch you next time for sure. Yeah, that we've got our fingers crossed for you, Sprudel. Okay, Grayson says if I recall, My Little Scythe started as a fan who made a junior version to play with his kids. That's awesome. That's very cool. That's definitely something to think about. To do for fun, but then also the possibility of maybe it turning, maybe the publisher liking it and picking it up. Very cool. Okay, friends, let me put another hour on the clock here. Gonna work for another hour. I'm gonna hopefully send this newsletter out pretty quick. And then I'm gonna send out a newsletter to my paid subscribers with the full list of publishers accepting submissions. That is the goal for the next hour. If I can do anything beyond that, that's a bonus. Okay, let me just put the time up here. I'm definitely starting to hit a wall. I'm going to tell you. Just going to be real with you. I need to have lunch soon here. All right. Do that. All right. There's an hour. Okay. Best of luck with your to-do list. I'm probably going to be super focused. I don't know how active I'll be in the chat, but I'll definitely be able to chat after the hour. All right. Good luck, and I'll see you very soon. Okie dokie. Well, yes, we did it. Yes, that was an extra long stream just because I was chatting for like an hour and a half before actually starting work. And that's okay. We're easing back into it. I just sent out the newsletter. Can someone let me know if they got it? Let me know if you got the newsletter. I also sent out the newsletter for my paid subscribers with the full list of publishers accepting game submissions. So I was going to quickly check out the chat and then I'm going to head out because I need to have some lunch. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to see where I was last on the chat. Hey, Ball Guy, nice to see you. Yes, extra long stream today for sure. I'm glad you can make it. Derek says, another game I recently reskinned was taking Vendetta Thunder Road and turning it into a Star Fox game Nintendo. That's cool. Oh, that's so fun. I think that's just such a fun thing that you do. I love that. But that was less of a reskin and almost a whole new game. Oh, I imagine. I bet once you add a new theme, other mechanics will present themselves. You know, like, oh, for this theme, it would make sense to do it this way. That's very cool. Thanks so much, Nakimis. I hope you have a... Oh, it's midnight where you are. Yeah, get some sleep. Thanks so much for hanging out today. On then Derek popped over to Twitch. I love the Twitch YouTube crossovers. Grayson says hi, ball guy. And they're talking about Star Fox. I've never heard of this Nintendo game. Has anyone else heard of this game, Star Fox? But Grayson's memories of Star Fox on the NES make me think that would be a perfectly suited reskin. Very cool. Then they talk about it for a little bit. Okay, and then I worked on an Earthbound game but scrapped it because the mechanic did not work well for the type of game I was making. Yeah, is that Earthbound Rangers? Or is that something else? I think they're still talking about video games. But Earthbound Rangers is another game that's apparently really good solo. And so I watched some videos, but I'm not sure it's for me. I think if I remember correctly, there's just quite a bit of like narrative and story and reading, and I just don't personally like games like that. I think that's, if my memory serves correctly, I think that's what it was like. I don't know if anyone else has played it. Hey Andy, yeah. Wrapping it up here though. Almost done. Yeah, it can't be stopped. I was just like, well, I'm just like, this newsletter. These two newsletters have to go out today. So I knew when I was chit-chatting forever this morning that this was going to happen, but that's okay. Newsletter did come through. Okay, excellent. Thank you. So yeah, it's Pegasus Spiel that is hosting another pitching day called Designer Days in September. So I think it's a really cool thing that they do every year. Any designer around the world can apply to pitch their game directly to Pegasus. So they do like family weight games like Micro Macro and Dwarf Romantic and other games like around that weight. So if you have a game that's similar to that, this would be a fantastic opportunity to pitch directly to Pegasus. Yeah, definitely hang out for future streams. Absolutely. It'd be great to have you. All right, friends. Well, we have passed the 4-hour mark, so it's time to wrap it up. Thank you so much to everyone for hanging out today. It was so nice to see you all again. Glad to be back. I hope you all have a fantastic week. I'm super quick going to do a roll call. Nakimis, I don't know if that's how you want me to pronounce that username, but that's what I'm saying. Nakimis94, thanks so much for hanging out. Ball Guy, so glad you could join at the end there. And Derek, of course. Sprudel, congrats and best of luck with all these awesome opportunities you have coming up with publishers. Bayonet Brent, thanks so much for hanging out. I hope I don't miss anyone. Caprobatica, so awesome seeing you in Thundercat. Tony, of course. Good luck working on the car sales game. Freddie, so nice to see you. Thanks for the questions. Adam, thanks for hanging out. And Ian, best of luck and enjoy your last week before school starts again. And Andrew, keep going, keep going. 'Tis but a scratch. So great seeing you, Papa Patzer. Congrats on all the interest on your games at Gen Con. That's so exciting. So exciting. GM Riley, thanks for all the questions. Good luck with everything. So many people today. I guess that's what happens when you stream for over 4 hours. Suratura, thanks so much for hanging out. And Sweetcroft, yay! Lots of new people, but also lots of OGs. We're going to have to make a new members die icon for members who have been members for over 3 years, which is just crazy. I see a lot of like 5s and 6s. Like, that's so cool. Okay, I think I got everyone over on YouTube. Close enough. Okay. And over on Twitch, thank you so much, Greason. And Derek again. And Andy. And thank you so much to the 2 people who subscribed. It's not telling me who. It's just, it looks like I gained 2 subscribers, but it's not, I don't know who. So thank you so much if you subscribed over on Twitch. I really, really appreciate that. Okay, I'm gonna go. I hope you all have a fantastic week. I will definitely do my best to get a video for you this Sunday. I am going out of town Friday to Sunday, so I'm really gonna try for you. But either way, it was really great hanging out today, and I'll see you very soon. Bye!